So just Ed, calm down there. We're not going to need to do anything with the department. We're going to start this afternoon with a presentation from the sort of the private sector, a summary of the meetings that these folks represent two firms that have attended our meetings this summer, and they're going to give us a summary and some thoughts and some recommendations. We have two individuals that are going to be primarily presenting to us. Ray Carpenter is a partner with Holland & Knight, a law firm with offices in Atlanta and many other states. Mr. Carpenter, I apologize, I don't know where all of your offices are. And Doug Dorito is a principal with Ryan & Company, also with an office in Atlanta, headquartered in Texas, and with offices in the U.S. and Canada. So at this time, I would turn it over to these gentlemen. I don't know who's going to lead, but please feel free to start your presentation.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you to Chairman and the committee members for having us here today. As Representative Martin mentioned, myself and Ray will be speaking to you from basically the private sector perspective. We have sat through the committee meetings, we've tracked them, we obviously live and breathe Georgia tax code and serve many of our clients here in Georgia and see firsthand some of the I guess challenges for the DOR and challenges for the state of Georgia in helping to create an equitable, fair, level playing field for both business and individuals in the state, and certainly make Georgia an attractive place for businesses to come and continue to invest here. We find ourselves here with the committee talking about potential tax reform or changes in tax policy or procedures. And throughout the committee meetings, some of the things we're going to talk about shortly here is some, I guess, new insights that have not been discussed yet. More procedural aspects that we see that help build some efficiencies in the current processes in the state to help, create or modernize and revitalize the revenue structure that the committee is attempting to do under the House Resolution 1464. And hopefully, many things we suggest today might be considered by the committee to take some actions or even some legislative action upon in the coming months or years. Let me maybe expound upon my background a little bit, and hopefully you'll agree that I'm a little bit qualified to talk here today. I've been in the state and local tax business for about 26 years, mainly in the transactional tax side of the business, sales and use tax. I deal with VAT taxes outside the country, and our firm footprint is into Canada, and we're down to Puerto Rico November 15th. Ryan & Company has done a lot of, proactive support of state legislators, state legislative actions around the country as far as, changing the ways that states structure their tax code and regulatory guidance around that tax code to make and build more efficient and more taxpayer-friendly environment, ultimately to attract additional economic investment in the state, therefore increasing revenues in the long run. The state of Georgia is at a very critical juncture where, I've lived in Georgia now 11 years. I obviously can tell by my accent I'm not from the South. Came down from New York, and I practiced up there for quite a number of years. But this is a unique state in the sense that when you look at some of the more larger states around the country, some of you out there that might be taxpayers here in Georgia and elsewhere around the country, you probably will agree with this. When you look at like California or Texas or Pennsylvania, those are some of the states that are extremely complex as far as compliance and very onerous on businesses to conduct business in those states for that reason. Georgia, I would say, is not at that level. I think Georgia is a very taxpayer-friendly state. I think the growth in the state as far as population growth, business investment in the state, and frankly, a lot of pressure on state legislators to provide tax relief has created the reason for this tax study committee to be formed through the House resolution and look at ways to basically bring Georgia's tax code into the 21st century. Some of the first things I want to talk about is, and I know the committee members touched upon some of these things this morning as they discussed some of the past testimonies in some of the committee meetings, but we put together kind of a salient list of what we found to be some, I guess, important comments that have been made by both the DOR and by other stakeholders in this process. And Kevin, here you got it. Commissioner Graham talked about in his first presentation on June 12th about just talking about the current tax code in general. It's a complex tax code. Frankly, it's antiquated. It needs revision. And as the commissioner pointed out, his suggestion to not changing the meaning of the current tax laws or the legislative intent, but to change the tax code and bring it into the 21st century. Tom McMichaels from the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia talked about modernizing the tax code. And he made reference to the tax code being 40 or 50 years old, and I think everybody would agree that even in those 40, 50 years, there's been anecdotal changes or revisions more specific to any particular circumstance versus a real revision and a real tax reform effort by the state. And he asked the question, what are we taxing and why? And as a representative of many taxpayers in this state, in the consulting business that I operate within, we have many taxpayers who are confused, or I would say not educated enough on how the current tax code applies to today's high-tech environment and global economy. You take the telecommunications industry, for example. I mean, it's very confusing as to how telecom, with convergence going on and things of that nature, how the antiquated tax code applies to those types of business trends. And so it is a good time to take a good look at the tax code, as the commissioner suggested, and trying to bring it up to 21st century standards so that there could be some transparency, understanding, and obviously would drive a much higher level of compliance if taxpayers could fully understand how the tax code applies to today's current environment. Dr. Wes Clark of the University of Georgia talked about the Georgia tax gap, and I think the commissioner even alluded to this in one of his public presentations to the committee, where they spoke about a potential $3 billion adjusted gross income line missing from the state tax returns, just by mere sharing of information, or an improved sharing of information between the IRS and the Georgia Revenue Department. That could obviously drive some good enhanced revenues that frankly should be remitted, but there's a gap there that the commissioner acknowledges. In the past committee meetings, which I agree, talked about educating the public, going on an educational process, media attention given to educating the tax-paying public as to how the tax code applies to their business operations. If you go on to the Department of Revenue website today, and you could do that when you leave this meeting today, very little information on there compared to other states around the country. A lot of other states provide technical service bulletins, advisory opinions, whatever the state calls them. They provide redacted comments as to conciliation conferences and how they've been resolved and not resolved. And a lot of good educational tools are out on the state websites that provide for open records to taxpayers who might have the same issue. It's very hard to go on the DOR website, and I think there's 2 policy statements for sales and use tax and maybe 5 on, I don't know if it's property or income tax, but very little information on there, which I think needs some attention. That's part of the mass media or reinforcement of the tax compliance policies in the state. That would be, I think, extremely helpful. There was, Dr. Clark also alluded to changing the culture attitude toward Georgia taxation. As I said, I've lived and worked in Georgia for 11 years, almost 12 years now. I've always worked with Georgia even outside the state with clients up in the Northeast area particularly who do business in Georgia. And I have to say that there is a vacuum of real communication and cooperation between the DOR and the taxpaying public. And this is no slight on the Revenue Department. I think, as I pointed out earlier, and as mentioned by Commissioner Graham, that they're dealing under a very antiquated tax code and set of rules. So rightfully so, our DOR representatives are managing taxation matters in a way that's very conservative. when in doubt, basically, a refund's not approved or what have you, until there's substantial evidence to the contrary. And I think that has caused not only a backlog in the state, it has put a real burden on the limited resources that the Revenue Department has today to administer the tax code fairly and equitably across the board. And so, again, that's not a slight against the DOR, but it's a reality. They got a tremendous caseload that they're handling, and my sense from just dealing with the DOR and people within my organization will tell you that it's extremely difficult to move any issue forward in a much more cost-effective manner. It costs the taxpayer a lot of money to do that, and it costs the state taxpayers a lot for DOR efforts that could be used in a much more forward enforcement manner. Audits. Commissioner Graham talked about the onerous level of audits that the DOR handles today. And he's correct when he said that, most states around this country audit about 2.5% to 3% of their corporate taxpayers. And Georgia, if they have 1% audited, that's about the size of their audit caseload. And that comes down to a very simple solution. They need more audit resources. And we'll talk a little bit later about managed audits. Even though there's a policy of allowing for managed audits in the state of Georgia, it's very rarely applied and very difficult to apply and get approval to use it. Other states have legislated a very clear set of legal guidelines. Texas is an example, Florida, where they have a very forward-thinking managed audit policy, which puts the burden on the taxpaying community to basically, audit themselves. So the state revenue department is coming in to basically audit the stat sample and make sure that the projections that were made are based upon proper stat sampling techniques and that sort of thing, and it reduces the audit caseload for those particular taxpayers significantly. And guess what? At the end of the day, most of the effort, resources, and the time committed is coming from the taxpayer versus the DOR trying to struggle with every company and handling every audit, even the managed audit process. So that's something that we'll talk a little bit about as far as a recommendation of really making that a much more formal policy in the state of Georgia. There was talk about third-party auditors. Florida does this, for example. I have to be quite honest with you. My personal opinion is I'm not a big advocate of third-party auditors where basically the state allows accounting firms or other, consultancy practices out there that meet certain criteria to go out and do audits on behalf of the state, and then they get a percentage of the liability that they bring into the state coffers. I would prefer Georgia, as I pointed out earlier, and I think Commissioner Graham would agree, to enhance their audit resources versus trying to rely upon third party. Anytime you separate that from the responsibility of the DOR, I think you're losing something in the process, and you're creating a community of auditors that are really out there to generate fees for themselves, not necessarily making sure that they're being equitable and fair to the taxpaying community. So I think that's an important responsibility of the DOR, and that should reside within their auspices. I'll touch basically on property tax. You certainly don't want me speaking about property tax, but if there's any questions on this, we do have our leader out of the Atlanta office in the audience that could answer those questions later. But some of the points that were raised, particularly by Dan Ray, the tax commissioner of Rockdale County, he brought up some good ideas, and as a local elected official in Alpharetta, I can relate to some of the things that he pointed out here in dealing with our budget here. But he talked about designating the Board of Assessors to receive and return applications for homestead exemptions. And he wanted to have uniform critical deadline dates statewide, administered statewide. He talked about mandatory escrow accounts on home mortgages to pay property taxes. He believes that that will enhance the level of compliance, and it probably will. He talked about incorporating a formal procedure for property tax collections in the Georgia Code and reviewing and standardizing homestead exemptions around the state. And one other key point that he made was to shorten the 10% penalty timeline on unpaid property tax bills from 90 days to either 30 or 60 days. All Commissioner Ray's comments were attributable to streamlining the overall management of property taxes in the state. So certainly, that's something that I think the committee should consider. The next areas of discussion is really some additional insight and recommendations, and I want to start a little bit on the income tax side. Not that we haven't spoken, too much about income tax, even in the committee meetings, but there has been at least recommendations made through me from various people who work in the income tax realm and corporate income tax realm in the state about having the state legislature consider the assigning or selling of tax credits. If you're in an NOL position or what have you, many companies who potentially could have the ability of taking advantage of a credit loses the credits because they're not in a position to take them. So similar to, I guess, impact fees that cities and counties impose upon or allow for developers to attract development in their local jurisdictions, and similar to, I guess, to the letter of the 1464 resolution that talks about attracting development to the state of Georgia. This might be one avenue that the state can provide to, in effect, purely fulfill the intent of those credits and attract investment in the state of Georgia. One other comment on the property tax side would be the annual revaluations of real property that the state requires physical inspection of a quarter of the properties in each county each year. On a 4-year cycle, you're pretty much creating an environment that hopefully is fair and equitable out there and reduces the risk of increased tax appeals and what have you. Implementing a statewide appeal deadline. Many of the property tax practitioners out there have told us that that's something that would be, really important to achieve. Taxpayers have said that. What happens is if you don't resolve it within a period of time, it tends to drag out into the next fiscal year, and it becomes a very onerous and costly process. So putting a little bit of a deadline or an impetus on the assessors to get that job done quicker is something that seems to be a problem that this would hopefully help curtail. Modification of real property tax assessment notification. Today, assessment notifications only are provided to non-residential taxpayers. And so if you don't fit that criteria, you don't get a notice, and by the time you actually get the bill in the mail, it's too late to file the appeal. And it makes it very difficult, particularly on individual taxpayers, I think, to be treated fairly. And if there's a question of their valuation that they want to appeal, they tend to, or because of the current system and the lack of providing assessment notification to all taxpayers, that there seems to be a real, I guess, unfairness there as to someone that would be truly due a reduction in their value and therefore a reduced rate of property taxes that they would have to pay. We want to shift now to the Department of Revenue Administration. Ray and I have spoken in great length about this area, and he's going to actually come up and kind of lead this discussion, and we'll both be jumping in and out of here. But some of the recommendations we're going to make here are probably some of the more, I would say, substantive or critical recommendations we'd like to have the committee consider. And then after that, we'll be open up for Q&A.
Thank you, Doug. Chairman Martin, Chairman O'Neill, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ray Carpenter. I'm a tax lawyer, basically a tax litigator. Like Doug, I've been doing state and local tax for longer than I can remember, and appreciate the opportunity to make this presentation to you today. I've been around long enough to have seen at least 2 or 3 Georgia tax reform commissions, and the history of the commissions is that we do a lot of review of the tax code, and we tend to change things around the margin, but not get down into the code itself. As Doug pointed out, the code really hasn't had an extensive rewrite for a lot of years. And that may be one of the contributions that this commission can present. My portion of this is related to the way that practitioners interact with the Department of Revenue. There are a number of ways that we believe the department, we believe actually that practitioners can assist in increasing compliance by taxpayers, because my history is that I get a lot of calls from taxpayers, from companies around the country who are attempting to comply with the Georgia laws. They read the statutes, they read the regulations, and they still have questions. And they still don't know what the answer to the question is. How do I legally and properly conduct myself in this transaction? Some of the suggestions that we're making today are to assist those taxpayers in gaining clear responses to their questions so that Georgia can collect the proper amount of tax that it should. One of the first suggestions that we have is with regard to the structure of the department. Georgia is one of the only departments that does not have a legal division. In Florida, they have a group called the Bureau of Technical Assistance. And this is a bureau that simply exists to answer the telephone for practitioners with complex or simple legal compliance issues. And you get an authoritative answer, and you can get it over the telephone if you'd like. You can also get it in writing. We believe that Georgia needs a legal services division, and what that will do over time is create a body of decided law or policy, or a body of information that practitioners and taxpayers can use in order to make certain that we are giving good advice, and that we're giving consistent advice, and that taxpayers are treated consistently from transaction to transaction. One of the other recommendations that was made to me, number 2 here, is to look at the current structure of the department, because there has been a reorganization under Commissioner Graham. One of the things that I noticed, though, if you look at the website, there's nobody there that says sales and use tax. And I'm sure that everybody in the department knows where sales and use tax is. But for a practitioner looking for a response to a question, or for a taxpayer, there's no sales tax division anymore, so there's no sales tax director. And that was one of those ways that you could interface with the department, get an answer, or get a response, or get some directions with regard to handling a transaction. So we just like for them to look at the current structure to make certain that it is user-friendly, not only to persons in the department, but to practitioners and to taxpayers. The department has a conferee section. I think Frank's one of those. And hearing officers. And one of the things that other states do have is a very well-structured hearing group. Once again, when taxpayers request an informal conference with the department to resolve a dispute, what we'd like to have is a group of hearing officers who have a level of expertise in this tax that we're dealing with, so that, particularly for small taxpayers, those issues can be debated and settled, resolved within the department without need of litigation. Speaking of litigation, one of the things, and I didn't go into my background, but I have been a past chair of the Atlanta Bar's tax section and a past chair of the State Bar's tax section. During that period, we did debate, discuss, and try to develop a plan for a board of tax appeals or a tax court in Georgia. And one of the reasons for that, once again, is that there is a dearth of a body of law, a dearth of a body of policy, a dearth of a body of decided issues with regard to tax disputes in Georgia. A tax board or a tax court or something along that line that had jurisdiction over property tax issues, sales and use tax issues, income tax issues, could once again increase the level of compliance because it would increase the level of information that taxpayers have with regard to tax issues. There are a number of different tax courts that sit in various states around the country. We have a lot of experience out there to draw from. We're not, at this point, advocating any particular form of that, but as far as this committee is concerned, and as far as the department is concerned, we'd like to suggest that a board of tax appeals or a tax court would be a significant means of developing a lot more compliance on the part of taxpayers by getting information out to taxpayers in a timely manner. Audit selection process, I think Doug talked very briefly about this, but once again, in my capacity as chair of the State Bar's tax section, we did advocate at least two things. We advocated that the Department of Revenue hire more auditors, because the more audits you have, the higher level of compliance you have. Going along with hiring more auditors, though, is the need to train those auditors. Not only training them in terms of the tax provisions that they have to enforce, but training those auditors in specific areas of industry. For example, training auditors to handle telecommunications audits, to handle audits in manufacturing facilities, automobile manufacturing, various kinds of industries, because industry audits are very peculiar one to another. And if an auditor has not had any experience in working with the way that business transactions occur in a given situation, he's at a disadvantage in terms of identifying transactions that should be taxable and identifying the issues that he should know about before he goes in there. So the audit process is one that we believe would assist the department in its collection responsibility and its enforcement responsibility. Finally, Georgia, like most states, has a taxpayer bill of rights. That is, rights of a taxpayer that are due respect when that taxpayer deals with the Department of Revenue. Just some additional suggestions with regard to what that taxpayer bill of rights should mean to taxpayers as they deal with the department. And one of the things that we think it should mean is that information is imparted to taxpayers in plain English. Oftentimes the instructions on forms and the instructions that come out to taxpayers track the words of the statute or track the words of the regulation. That's not very helpful to the furniture manufacturer or the furniture retailer or the small store operator, who once again is only trying to comply with the law. So what we would suggest to you is that at some level, the notices and information that go out to the taxpayer have some plain English requirement associated with them in order to communicate with the taxpayer at the level that you want to do so. In that regard, when taxpayers are in the collection process and their resources are attached or levied on by the department, we think there should be a specific notification that that event is about to occur. I think what happens now in the process is that a levy or an execution notice does go out, but it may be a month, it may be a day before anything happens with regard to that. Before the department takes action with regard to levying on a taxpayer's bank account or anything of that sort, we think that there should be some specific notification to the taxpayer in that regard. A small claims dispute policy probably needs to be in place as well. And I've suggested and the threshold of $10,000 is just something we pulled out of the air, but oftentimes we see small taxpayers who have significant issues with the department, but it's not enough money for Doug or for me or some of the other lawyers or accountants to get involved with. Those taxpayers are not well served by the current system, which requires that they interact with the department and go through the same procedure that a fairly large company would. A small disputes procedure for certain small transactions, which allows businessmen and women to come into the department, work out those issues with the department personnel, would be a huge benefit to persons who interact with the department on a regular basis. One other thing, Georgia is a state that has business relationships with people all over the country. I think we're one of the, I don't know if we're one of the only states, but a number of states do have telephonic conferences to resolve tax disputes. There are hearing officers that conduct conferences over the telephone, just as if everyone was assembled in the room. Once again, we believe that the level of compliance by taxpayers would be positively impacted by a procedure of this sort that allowed taxpayers to not have to travel here, to arrange something by conference call, and to work out whatever dispute issues there may be in a telephonic conference. Two or three other things in here and I'll be finished. Taxpayers now, and I wish I knew the numbers here, but taxpayers now are not paid interest on refunds at the same rate of interest that we pay on delinquent taxes. As a matter of fairness, we believe that the interest rate on refunds should be the same as the interest rate that taxpayers pay. And are you telling me it is? It is now? Okay. If it is now, then that's fine.
Check off number 5.
When is the? But I think that the interest is applied from the date of the decision with regard to the refund as opposed to the date of payment of the refund. That's been changed as well. I don't think it. Yeah, I don't think it has been always that way. But if what you're telling me is that we're paying interest on we're getting the same interest that we pay to the state, then that couldn't be better. A couple of other things with regard to information that gets out to taxpayers. Rulings, policy statements, Department of Revenue publications. And this all goes under the heading of information to the public. The public, doesn't have a way to access prior rulings from the department on issues that have been before the department. For example, most states have some kind of catalog of decisions, a way to access the disputes that have been resolved within the department, things of that sort. If, once again, that information was accessible, and I understand that there are issues with regard to taxpayer confidentiality, but there's also ways to redact confidential information so that the gist of that information is available. What that does for us, once again, is those practitioners who advise taxpayers, both in Georgia and out, with regard to tax issues. If we're able to access that kind of information, then we can help taxpayers to comply with tax laws. It also means that taxpayers are treated in a manner that is consistent from taxpayer to taxpayer because of the fact that that information is readily available. Those are some of the suggestions that come from my colleagues and our clients who interact with the department on a regular basis. These come in the form of suggestions. They don't come in the form of criticism, things of that sort. We understand that we interact with the Department of Revenue, its individuals, its personnel on a regular basis. We have the highest regard for their professionalism and for their scholarship in dealing with the tax code. There are impediments to that work that we think this commission can positively impact, and we give these suggestions to you in that spirit.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Do we have any? Did you have additional?
Just to wrap up some additional comments, and I don't think we have bullets on the slides for this, so I apologize to the committee, but things that I just wanted to add to Ray's comments as well as comments I made earlier. A couple of things I said to you we would talk a little bit about the managed audit procedures in the state of Georgia. For all intents and purposes, there is a policy for that. It's not easily available and applicable to taxpayers. I don't think the DOR is very supportive of that. So, but that's an area that if the committee decides to make a recommendation and allow the commissioner to hire additional audit staff, and coupled with that, they provide for some clear legislative guidance on managed audits in the state of Georgia. That will definitely meet the letter and the intent of the resolution of the formation of this committee, and what your purpose is to create a very equitable, level playing field and make it cost efficient not only to the state but to the taxpayers in general. Another thing I just want to talk about is stat sampling. There are many, I would call, progressive states such as California and Illinois that allow for stat sampling to be applied to both liability audits and refund, filed refunds on behalf of taxpayers. They obviously got to meet, pure stat sampling techniques and methodologies and that sort of thing, and some people apply them wrong, and that's always an issue, but it does, if you want to enhance compliance and you want to enhance the process for both liability side and the refund side, I think the state of Georgia, the DR, should adopt a more forward policy on that. They do use stat sampling for liability audits here. They use block sampling, which is basically taking 2 or 3 months set of data versus doing a stat sample across the entire 3-year plus audit period, whatever the audit cycle they're looking at. But they use it in a limited capacity for refunds. They'll allow it on a refund. It has to be agreed to up front. And it's just one more onerous process a taxpayer has to go through to try to make the management of their tax compliance with the state much more efficient, so that would be very helpful. I remember Commissioner Graham talking about amnesty, and that's another topic I just want to touch on. And I'm not a big proponent of the state of Georgia having another amnesty program because it tends to, educate people in a negative way in the sense that they, might want to wait 3 or 4 years for another amnesty program to come out. And in fact, I know Chairman Martin shared a story with me about a taxpayer who waits every 3 years to be audited and pay their penalty and liabilities and all that sort of stuff because it's more cost effective for them to do that versus them trying to administer their own taxes on a monthly basis. So there clearly is reflective of some of the complexities and onerous administrative processes that taxpayers are put through in trying to, again, pay their equitable fair share of taxes to the state of Georgia. I think this opportunity with the committee to really make some changes, some very positive changes as part of the tax study committee recommendations is a breath of fresh air, I know, to me as a consultant and to many taxpayers. And I know Ray and his law firm constituents as well that deal with Georgia taxes. But we also need to recognize that when Governor Perdue took over just short 4 years ago, the state was in pretty financial straits. And I think the Revenue Department, rightfully so, focused on getting the Revenue Department house in order to the tune of now generating a surplus in the last fiscal year of over $500 million for the state, which is a good thing. And so I think in the second term of Governor Perdue, hopefully the DOR can now focus their energies and their synergies on some real good tax reform, both from a operational standpoint, a legislative standpoint, and certainly, I think, upholding the legislative intent of some really good tax legislation that has been passed just not too long ago. And I'll use an example of the high-tech business credit. Every time I have dealt with that on behalf of a client, it's been a very costly process to get the DOR to sign off on the high-tech business credit. There's a lot of cases pending in the DOR today for that credit. I would love to know as a taxpayer and as a practicing consultant here, what benefit has that given to the state so far? How much of a tax credit has been given to investment in the high-tech arena in the state of Georgia? But that's a great example because our Revenue Department is managing that credit in a way that they make it so onerous to achieve it that some taxpayers can't afford to go into the appeal process or fight it, and so they give up, or other taxpayers hear the horror stories and they don't even file for it. And the legislative intent behind that very good piece of tax legislation has really been undermined and lost. And so one thing I'd say to the committee for consideration, as you consider a code rewrite, that you consider that the tax code has to be transparent, has to be written in clarity, so that there's no interpretation by anyone of what the legislative intent of that legislation was. And I think that's part of the problem that the taxpaying community has today in trying to take what is an antiquated tax code with some amendments and apply it to current day situations, and then you have a Revenue Department who's also trying to interpret it. And as I said earlier, they're trying to interpret it in a very conservative way, and that's what they should do. They should not be, collecting taxpayer dollars and then sending it out the door so easily unless they have a real good case to do that. And so I think we need to help the DOR to provide some clarity of the legislative intent of some of the tax laws so that they know how to operate, and that in itself will enhance the level of compliance in the state of Georgia as far as I'm concerned. So we've talked about, Ray and myself talked about, I think, some really good hopefully suggestions to the committee to consider. We talked about the code rewrite and the legislative intent behind the tax code. I think needs to be given some clarity. Or in any future tax legislation, the state legislature should consider being very clear as to what their intent is, because if you leave it up for interpretation, trust me, and in this business 26 years, it will be interpreted in a million ways and create the onerous environment that exists here in the state today. The organizational structure of the Department of Revenue, I'm not sure what the intentions of the commissioner were, but he did restructure it, and I think that has caused a lot of issues as far as knowing who to call, how to get information, how to speak to the right person with the right technical background and get the right answer. Most state revenue departments around this country, and you can go on their websites, they do have a sales and use tax division. They have a corporate income tax division. They have a personal income tax division. They have a property tax division. I can go down the list with key leaders in those positions administrating those functional areas of taxation in the state. Taxpayers are used to that type of structure. They have married a lot of the resources into one big ball of information, and it makes it very difficult, even for the DOR employees, to administer those taxes in a much more cost-effective and educational way to the tax-paying public. We mentioned creating the tax court, or the Court of Tax Appeals. One thing I want to add to Gray's comments on that is, our suggestion here is that this would be the finding body of the state. Taxpayer or the DOR could still appeal into Superior Court, but anyone that's been in the public arena like I have been, Superior Court does not want to deal with tax issues. I mean, that's the last thing on their mind. And so it will help support the concept behind the resolution to create this committee, and that's to build a more efficient, equitable, level playing field, because those appeals will be heard by the right people for the right reasons, with the right intentions and right enthusiasm. And that in itself will make it a much more efficient process. And the final comment I would say is, we shared a lot of comments with you at a very high level today, and we're going to be here for questions and answers here. But one of the other points that Ray and I wanted to mention to the committee members is, obviously, you've been through a lot of committee meetings, a lot of information. I think our representatives are realizing the level of complexity of the challenge that they took upon themselves to look at the current tax scheme in the state of Georgia, and can it be improved? We're not talking about raising taxes, reducing rates, we're talking about making it more efficient, more open and friendly to the tax-paying community, and in itself ultimately attracting more economic stimulus and investment in the state of Georgia. And I think they're well on the way to try to hopefully achieve some good results along those lines. I would suggest, we would suggest, and this has worked well around other states, and I have actually shared various state tax commission reports with the chairman to the committee to see how other states dealt with tax reform or tax study committees. And there's droves of information out there that this committee could look at, and maybe look at some best practices and changes here in Georgia that could make sense for the future of the state. I think it'd be good to include other stakeholders in that next phase or that next process, if you choose to do that or make that recommendation, and create a tax study committee that has representatives of all stakeholders, not only the legislative branch, people from the DOR, people from the tax-paying business community, the consultant community, the attorney community. That has always driven really good change and positive change in the states that have done this, and has created a consensus at the end of the day that in itself, again, will enhance and increase education to the general public, and ultimately increase revenues in the state of Georgia, which will help you address the pressures on the tax relief side. If we don't know what's out there that hasn't been collected yet because of some of the onerous processes in state government today, by cleaning that up and not changing any procedures that will undermine the collectability of tax, but also enhance it and allow the taxpayers to be a part of the process, I think that's a real positive thing for the state of Georgia to consider. So, again, we appreciate being here, and we're here for any questions that the committee members may have.
We have time for those at this time if the committee has questions. Chairman O'Neill.
Mr. Carpenter, you really hit on a couple of issues that intrigued me a lot, and I certainly, it certainly has gotten my attention. Right now, as I understand it, the Court of Original Jurisdiction for state tax disputes is our Superior Court.
I didn't hear the last part.
Our superior courts are the courts of original.
That's correct.
As opposed to in the federal system, there are very specialized tax courts to deal with disputes and taxation.
In the federal system, there is a tax court. It has limited jurisdiction, so some issues, I believe refund issues, go directly to district court, but the assessment appeal issues are handled in the tax court.
But it's almost folly to hope that Superior Court justices would also be tax lawyers, in a sense, and that juries would really have the wherewithal as fact finders in tax cases to understand the complexity of tax law in a lot of cases. So we really are leaving ourselves in kind of a difficult spot as it relates to resolution of disputes. Wouldn't you agree?
In property tax cases, you can have a jury trial. And I've had a number of jury trials with property tax issues, valuation issues, or taxability issues in the property tax area. Also, what happens with income tax issues, sales and use tax issues, is that you can have a jury trial there if no one objects to it. You are correct that Superior Court judges, well, the times that I have been on the calendar of a Superior Court judge, and he has identified me as a tax lawyer and this is a tax issue, we have gone as far to the bottom of his calendar as he can possibly put us, because he wants to move it as far down, hoping that we'll settle before we actually come to trial.
I'm curious, have they ever exercised in those cases that you've been involved in their right to order mediation? And if so, how would that manifest itself with you and the department, or is the department immune from such an order?
With regard to income tax cases and sales and use tax cases, no, I've never had a judge order mediation. I don't know why he could not do so, either mediation or arbitration. I would think that if the parties agreed that we would be able to move in that direction. The problem with that is no one wants to arbitrate a tax issue at that level. Now, in property tax cases, almost uniformly now, we are diverted into the arbitration procedures. And sometimes they work well, sometimes they don't. It just depends upon the issue. If it is a valuation issue in a property tax case, arbitration does not work so well, because that is a battle of the experts, of your appraiser versus my appraiser. If there are legal issues, once again, it doesn't work so well. If there are factual issues, it may work a little bit better than other opportunities. But those diversions, Mr. Chairman, I don't think really work, because the point of having a tax court or a board of tax appeals would be to get a body of published tax law, so that tax practitioners and taxpayers have something to refer back to when there is an issue. And that way we'll know whether or not we should proceed to argue this matter or not. If it's already been argued and we're blowing in the wind, you can tell your client, this has been decided, there's no point in taking it up. The problem we have now is that there's so little recorded law, and so little in the way of what is the department's position with regard to this transaction or this issue, that disputes are encouraged instead of being discouraged.
Last question, and I'll let others have a chance to talk to you. And I'm fascinated by your concept of what I'd characterize as a tax magistrate's court, with a 10,000, 15, we have a magistrate limit now of 15,000 for small claims disputes. Do you know of that being in existence in any other state that we could look at? And do you know if it's self-fundable, essentially? How would you suggest that be funded if we provided that for taxpayers?
Mr. Chairman, I do not know if it's in existence in any other state. I've not had experience with it in any other state. The telephonic conferences and the expedited conferences are uniform in most states. In other words, an informal conference before a conferee or a hearing officer at the Department of Revenue level on a fairly expedited basis is available to taxpayers pretty much in most states around the country.
How about our administrative law courts? Is that not available there for tax cases?
One of my peeves about the administrative law courts here in Georgia is that the commissioner has taken the position that even though an administrative law judge has ruled on an issue, the commissioner can not acquiesce in that decision. What that means is that if you go through an informal conference with the Department of Revenue, and then you appeal to a formal conference before an administrative law judge, if you've already lost before the hearing officer, even if you win before the administrative law judge,
Not binding.
the revenue commissioner does not recognize that he has to acquiesce. So you lose 2 times. So going formal administrative for taxpayers is not an option that I counsel taxpayers to do, which means that you're diverted into the Superior Court. And the expense and the time associated with that is what discourages smaller taxpayers from even arguing with regard to those things. With regard to a magistrate level small claims court, I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, that is something that could be developed, worked on, dealt with, and you know, I'm not an expert on funding of legislative initiatives, but I noticed that the commissioner is now charging $100 for offers in compromise. If you make an offer in compromise to the department, you've got to pay $100 now. Now that's, you know, if they give you an offer, then that's part of what you pay. So I think the commissioner is well informed as to how to charge for that, and I'm sure that that would be something that could be easily developed. One final comment on that. The members of the bar who are not in Atlanta are skeptical of tax court and board of tax appeal issues because they think that what will happen is that all tax issues will wind up being resolved in Atlanta, and that the Savannah and those areas won't get those tax appeals. But once again, it can be structured such that any court is sitting in other jurisdictions, and superior courts in various jurisdictions can be deputized to handle small claims or tax issues at that level. So there's a way that it can be structured where it works for taxpayers, and that's really what we're trying to do, is to give taxpayers an expedited means of resolving issues that come before that are tax issues.
Anyway, could I maybe point out one more important fact or information? You know very good as I am. When you get to administrative law judge in Georgia, there is a representative from the Attorney General's office there on behalf of the Revenue Department.
That's correct.
I have had personal situations with colleagues of mine, Ray can comment on this as well, that after that administrative law judge gives...
Can you come up to the microphone just so I forgot to mention
that after that administrative law judge hears the case, and you have an AG representative there for the Department of Revenue, there has been ongoing dialogue after that hearing between the DOR and the AG's office, which the taxpayer is not allowed to do. So there seems to be an inequity there as to trying to have a neutral playing ground in any sort of ALJ hearing after the fact that ultimately, at least the vast majority of cases we've been involved with, and I'll let Ray speak for himself, tends to get pushed into Superior Court. And that's a problem. That's an issue. That I'm not sure what the solution is other than, you know, causing it legislatively that if the DOR ultimately loses in Superior Court, or if you choose to support a tax court in the future, that there's some costs associated to the DOR, so that anything they're pushing into through the appeal process and costing taxpayers substantial dollars to fight, that there has to be some skin in the game by the DOR to make that decision to push it even further in the appeal, and not compromise and settle the situation.
If I can, I know the committee members had a question. Let me follow up on that. The commissioner is not obligated to take the ruling of an administrative law judge, is what I heard you say.
What I said was that the commissioner has taken the position that he doesn't have to do so.
Well, you're taking me to where you're taking me to the question I'm going to ask. So the commissioner is taking the position that he doesn't have to abide by that.
That's correct.
Then my question is that he's taking a position based on a statute somewhere? I mean, I get that, I'm not going to get you crossways with the commissioner and put you in a bad way here, but would it be arguable that there would be people that would disagree whether him taking that position would be statutorily correct or not?
Mr. Chairman, this matter is in litigation.
Okay.
currently. It is now before a Superior Court judge as to whether or not the commissioner does in fact have that authority.
Well, we'll respect the separation of powers of government there and let that guy decide. Does this committee have any further questions? Yes, sir.
I have, well, one for Doug. I appreciate you bringing up what the tax commissioner brought up. I mean, to me, that goes to the essence of the consistency, the cooperation between our 159 counties and the DOR and how it fits in. And Ray, I'd like to ask you one. I found it interesting you mentioned Florida and giving advice over the phone. You know, the biggest thing I run across with my constituents is, you know, income tax, which Florida doesn't have. And a lot of the issues, you know, we talk about being antiquated. The Georgia income tax is basically based on another antiquated document, the Internal Revenue Act of 1954. I think Larry filed a tax return under that act, but I did too. But, you know, but that's been amended since 69, 73, 76, 82, 2001, 2003. Are you saying, you know, Title 48, in fact, is so big it has two volumes. Is, when you say it's antiquated, you just talking about the income tax, I mean, or anything?
Beginning with the property tax code, because I think as someone else was discussing earlier, there are definitions in various places, and it's not compactly, easily accessible as to where is the appeals section, where is the section with regard to notification of audits and conduct of audits and things of that sort. Where is the section with regard to you know, other various provisions? The statute has simply grown over time based upon you know, various legislatures' amendments and various legislative rewrites. We didn't have a lot of comments on the income tax code here because the income tax code recently underwent a fairly extensive redraft because of all the changes that are coming in. So as that works its way through, the income tax code is pretty much updated. But what you will see is that with regard to sales and use tax, a lot of the operative law in the area is 1970s or early 1980s law, when litigation, you know, when new statutes came in, and those statutes were litigated, and once you know those issues were resolved, and those cases now sit as the law, as the current law. I noticed that there was one Supreme Court case recently that cited the Amina decision from 1952 with regard to the definition of a machine in Georgia. You know, that was the last time that issue was significantly litigated in this state. So because of the fact that the code has been kind of jerry-built over a long period of time, it is, you know, those of us who work with it on a fairly regular basis have figured out where things are and how you go and get it. But for taxpayers who don't work with it, or even practitioners outside of Georgia who are looking for issues, it's not easily accessed, and it's not easy to get decisions. And as you point out, it's not easy to access the Department of Revenue to find out where is this, what do I do, where do I go, how do I conduct this. So all those things are working to not help compliance is basically the best way that I think I can see it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To elaborate on that, I guess going back to the complexity of the tax code and perhaps modernizing, there are examples of that. I've even dealt with it with the Department of Revenue constituents. we're dealing with a manufacturing, ag-based sort of economy out there that's old. Technology and academics have changed the way we do business, how we do business, and you're right. I've run in personally recently with an instance of, definitions that simply have changed as business has changed. I want to compliment you on that point you brought out about modernizing the code, because that is something that I've seen firsthand, within the last 4 months.
Well, defining a high-tech business, as Doug, I think, mentioned, a high-tech business is a certain kind of manufacturing facility that is producing certain computer software, computer hardware, things of that sort. But, that definition was kind of stuck onto the code and,
At a different time.
Yeah, at a different time, but up front, you've still got other definitions of manufacturing facility and things of that sort that you now have to try to make these two things work together for tax.
I want to compliment you. That is a great point and seeing it firsthand. A couple of points, and I think Doug may have mentioned the first one. Please refresh my memory. I know you said it was a meeting. Talking about the $3 billion gap between Georgia AGI and the state returns. Bring me up, again, refresh our memory perhaps of that gap.
Actually, Commissioner Graham brought that up in one of his statements about, along with Dr. Wes Clark from the University of Georgia, talked about the gap where there is a sharing agreement between the IRS and the state of Georgia right now, and from their estimation, there's probably a $3 billion gap or missing adjusted gross income missing on the state returns that are reported on the federal returns, and that's a matter of that's a matter of a procedural change of I guess improving the sharing of information. And also, maybe requiring that they start from the federal return that would help close that gap. That's what the comments were on that. So and Representative, I did want to talk to you. You mentioned manufacturing and the agriculture nature of the state. There is a continuous issue always with the DOR with respect to the manufacturing exemption and what it applies and what it doesn't apply to. I would like to suggest that the state move toward an integrated manufacturing plant theory, or that anything that touches the manufacturing process, because after all, I think the legislative intent of providing that incentive to building the manufacturing sector in the state or the agricultural sector in the state, that we need to be clear as to what the legislative intent was and what should be exempt and not exempt. And I think there's always a debate on what components of a manufacturing line qualify or don't qualify. And I think if you move like other states have moved to an integrated plant theory application, pretty much anything that touches that manufacturing line qualifies for the exemption in those states. So that's just a comment I want to make since you brought that up.
One more comment. I'm not sure. Let's see. Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Was that right? Elaborate a little more of managed audit procedures. I'm sorry.
Well, that's for Doug, but let me talk about managed audit. What happens in these instances is the Department of Revenue and the taxpayer kind of look at what the taxpayers, what level of sophistication they are with regard to their information, how mechanized they are. Is the information on computer? How is it on computer? What kind of software do they use? And I believe what happens here is that the audit can be structured so that a lot of the audit is the auditor accessing the computerized data of the taxpayer. And in that way, you've got much better information, and you've got source information. And it's simply a joint method of working with the department, working between the department and the taxpayer, to make certain that the proper tax amounts were reported and paid. And other states have done a pretty good job of working out procedures where that can happen. And I think Georgia, as a member of the CETA, is in a good position to access that information more quickly.
Thank you.
I'd also just add to that. Texas is a great example of, there's legislation in Texas that actually provides real clarity around the managed audit program that the state legislature passed for very reasons that issues we're having in Georgia. The key to remember there is the impetus of the efforts and the investment to do the audit is placed back onto the taxpayer for those that want to conduct a managed audit. So the DOR would just be reviewing the stat sampling methodology, and there's other states that provide for this as well, either through the regulatory side or legislative side. But typically, it's a one-year contract with the state or a 3-year contract, and there's stipulations in that contract that say that there's a change in business climate, an acquisition, divestiture, a new revenue stream added, what have you. That triggers a new managed audit review to get the state to recertify the percentages that are being applied. Sales and use tax, for example, why this works well on the sales and use tax side, if you are a company with a huge volume of thousands or millions of transactions, today in Georgia you have to make a tax decision on every transaction, whether you do it through IT infrastructure or what have you, which is pretty complex in itself. By going to a managed audit program, you're applying a statistical sampling percentage to a set of accounts that are agreed to by the state that meet the taxable category. And so you're not looking at every account of the general ledger and what have you on an audit, and it really streamlines the process, and it does and has driven an enhanced level of compliance by the business community in the states that have really supported that concept. Okay. And that doesn't take away from the audit activity, enforcement activity of the Revenue Department. That's still going on. This is added, and it puts the onus on the tax-paying public or business community to conduct those managed audits where it makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Mills, do you have anything? You positive? What do you want to leave you? I had a couple of things, but in the interest of time, I'll just keep those for later, and thank you both, gentlemen. The one thing I will thank you the most for is you brought up several points to me that are very salient for the small and medium-sized businesses in Georgia. I know a lot of folks in the room may represent large businesses, and we're glad to have those corporate citizens in Georgia too. But I have concerns that I can't remember if it was Mr. Dorito or Mr. Carpenter that mentioned that large companies can afford your services to go all the way through an audit process. I'm concerned about the small business person that the $5,000 or $8,000 or $10,000 may mean making payroll at the end of a quarter, and they find themselves in a dispute with revenue, and it's not revenue's fault either, but we've got to find a way to simplify that and let them come to some resolution, because that may be a business-changing amount of money, whether they expand, whether they continue, whether they hire people. So I appreciate you guys looking at it, not just from the clients, the large clients that you folks represent, but bringing some issues that are for individuals in Georgia and for small businesses. Gentlemen, I really do appreciate it. I know the committee may generate more questions, and we'll get those to you in writing. Do you guys want to, if we can, we're running a little bit behind here, so we'll go right through. Thank you again. Thank you very much. The next topic we have, when I find my agenda, we have Mr. Roland Delinier. How did I do? While you come down, also, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to recognize my mayor. He wasn't able to be here with us this morning. Mayor Arthur Letchis from the city of Alpharetta. Arthur, why don't you come down if you got a second, and
I'll get y'all back on track.
Mayor Letchis has been with Alpharetta for five years now, and before that was years as mayor pro tem.
About 24 years total. But anyway, welcome to Alpharetta, particularly Chairman Neal and your committee. We really do appreciate what you've done for Alpharetta, and you worked with House Bill 1403 to really help us, and I think what was fair to cities that have gained a lot of population, which we gained about 9,000 this year. Some of those people didn't want to opt into being in new cities, so they wanted to be in an old city. So we appreciate all your hard work and all that you've done to help the city of Alpharetta, and thank you, Chuck, for sponsoring that bill. And again, welcome to Alpharetta. If there's anything we can do while you're in the city, take advantage of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll also add Janet Rogers. I don't think Janet made it up today, but Janet Rogers and Arthur put together a bag of goodies for the committee members. It's a hat and a T-shirt, I think, and that we'll have on the way out. And Bob Rigas, our city administrator, brought that over. So we appreciate them doing that for us and their hospitality. We're ready if you are. Mr. Roland Deleniere, am I pronouncing your name correctly? He is a vice president with A.G. Edwards, and he works out of the Johns Creek office. We've asked him to come today and talk to us about, Georgia taxes as they relate to investing and specifically to capital gains. So we appreciate you coming. I know it was a busy day, especially to you with the National Day of Mourning yesterday and the market being closed. I'm sure this morning was very busy. Hope everything went well in the market. We've been over here, but with that, please.
So far, so good. The market's up 100 points and oil's below $60 a barrel, so it's a good day.
And the sun is shining in Alpharetta.
That's right,
so
and our
we're
bills
good.
are paid.
Yes, sir.
So good afternoon to everyone. I just want to try to touch on a few points here, but basically believe it would be a favorable move by the legislature to pass a preference for long-term capital gains rate in the state of Georgia. This would put the state's tax code the same as the federal government, current taxation policy, and in addition, help the state encourage keeping residents and retirees here instead of having moved to such states as Florida, which do not have a state income tax, and effective January 1st of this year, they have also phased out their intangible tax. Investors in the stock market, real estate, and owners of corporations and proprietorships have benefited greatly from the decrease in capital gains in the mid-1990s from the top federal tax rate of 28% when it was reduced to 20%, then another decrease in 2003 to a top federal rate of 15%. This has encouraged and rewarded equity ownership and has allowed individuals to sell these assets at a more favorable tax rate than before. Some of these assets would have sat for years, awaiting a step-up basis to the heirs of an estate, but now an individual is not faced with a punitive tax situation, can reinvest in other assets. This helps the economy grow and also helps the federal and state governments collect more tax dollars in the present instead of receiving nothing from assets that have not moved for years. It was common in the 80s and 90s. I became a broker in 1982 and heard from clients they didn't want to sell their stocks, they didn't want to sell their land because of the tax due to a low cost basis. Since the last two federal tax changes for long-term capital gains, we do not hear this quite as often. To illustrate the federal tax schedule in brackets versus the present tax codes of the state, I've given the committee pamphlets if you'd like to open those. It's entitled 2006 Tax Planning Tables. First page shows the tax rate schedule. The second top entry on page 2 shows capital gains and losses. As you can see, the federal long-term capital gains rate of 5% is charged on taxpayers that fall in a 10 and 15% bracket. This is lower than the 6% currently charged by the state of Georgia. Now, this affects married filers earning less than $61,300 in taxable income in 2006, single taxpayers earning less than $30,650, and these numbers are subject to change for indexing with inflation each year. To have a higher effective state rate than the federal rate for those who fall into this situation, these brackets, I think would need to be addressed. And we in the investment community and individuals appreciate the committee looking into this matter as an adjustment to reflect the federal tax code preference, and encouraging and investing would be a benefit for all concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this material as well. Does the committee have any questions?
Yeah.
Please.
I think the federal was extending for another 2 years to 2009.
Right, you have sunset provisions.
But what would you like to see, to have the federal figure it separate, or?
What I would prefer is, right now your top rate is 6, move it down to 3.
Just
So you
figure it
have some
alternatively,
preference.
like we do on the federal?
Correct. Just have it concurrent and not have the sunset provisions, have something more permanent so it's not subject to political maneuvering and, say, bargaining every time there's a hot issue.
But you're talking about going to 6, you said short 82. I think Senator Bill Bradley did away with a 50% exclusion in 86.
Right.
Could you do something like a 50% exclusion just to keep the math simple, which would make it go from 6 to 3 to 4 to 2?
Well, you could make the math simple, it'd still have the same result.
Right, but we've been talking about being simple, but I mean, the pre-1986 was always like the 50% exclusion I like that.
That would do the same, that would have the same effect as
Same effect, and
Right,
do
same.
what it's simpler to do.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there any, I guess, reliable means of computation of economic stimulus as a direct result of the capital gains tax reduction that we have now?
In this decade, I think you'd have to look at what deficit spending happened in addition to the tax cuts as far as the recession after 9/11. And I'd have to ask some economic people to pull something up there as far as what would apply to what, that I'd have to check and see.
Would there be a significant difference in any computation, assuming we could agree on something reliable at the state level as opposed to the federal level?
I think there would be, and also looking at it long-term as far as encouraging people to stay, because I've had clients move to Florida just to escape the income taxes and the intangible tax now that it's going on in Florida. It wasn't that much here, wasn't that much there, and they'd rather go where there's no income tax. I've also lost a few that went to Texas for that reason.
So if I were getting their retirement and I was going to change my retirement assets into a less risky environment, let's say, out of equities, maybe just into government securities or something. And the sale of the assets actually to, I guess, to liability myself, so to speak, or vulnerability of my retirement assets, it would behoove me to go to Florida, make all those sales, establish residency down there.
Right.
And so I could avoid the tax in its entirety
That's right.
for the state, at the
Sure,
state
for
level.
the
So that would save me 6% just to go down there, wouldn't it?
Right. Then whatever retirement income you have in the future, you wouldn't pay the state tax on that either.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? If not, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Did you have anything else to add after those questions?
No, just to appreciate the chance
Yep.
to give the testimony.
Thanks very much.
If not, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right.
Go right on through.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Without further delay.
Last word,
You want to do the formal introduction? Without formal, as we come to the end of the hearing here today, we are going to ask Mr. Manny from the Department of Revenue, I think you're the man today, are you not, sir? To give us a summary from the department's point of view and any recommendations. Then we'll conclude with questions if the committee has some, and Mr. Manny's willing to take them. And then we'll have final committee comments, and I'll turn it over to Chairman O'Neill for his plans for the future with the committee. Yes, sir.
How many minutes do I have, Mr. Chairman?
At least 15 if you want.
15? Okay.
At least.
It's not
Probably
really,
won't take
by the way, it's not really 2:30 up there. It's
Okay, I
1:30.
couldn't tell whether I should be responding to Mr. Dorito, Mr. Carpenter, on the Commissioner's behalf, or sticking to my prepared remarks. I could go like this. This is back up.
Many guys are
I don't know about the meeting.
We're not going to talk about the mating habits of the crawfish.
crayfish.
Yes,
I thank the committee for inviting us today. Commissioner Graham could not be with us. He and the CFO, Tommy Hills, had to go to the State Depository Board meeting today, and that's where they are. But I have Frank O'Connell here with me from the department. He's in our Tax Law and Policy Division, which is our legal division, I might point out. And we have Mac Chandler, Assistant to the Commissioners, up here. All of you know Mac. At the Marietta and Griffin meetings, the department did talk about compliance. And we talked about our customer service initiatives, and I'd sort of like to talk about those again, current and planned, because some of those things, all the things that, or most of the things, I should say, that Ray Carpenter and Doug Dorito talked about, we are doing today. Is it where we want them? The Commissioner would tell you no. But there are some things that they did bring up that some statutes, if they could be with new statutes, could improve things. The Commissioner talked about our reorganization along functional lines. I think with any reorganization, there comes a transition. We did agree to go along functional lines, so we don't have taxing divisions anymore. There was a lot of overlap. So the Tax Law and Policy Division, which Laura Butler heads up, does have the sales tax expertise in it, and that's who you need to call. So he went to total functional setup. A lot of the direct reports have been consolidated into fewer direct reports, and so we're totally along functional lines, and we're in the process of placing people. We're improving our processing area. We had a lot of processing problems again this past year. And again, I call it transition, and we've worked very closely with the Georgia Society of CPAs, and these comments came up in Griffin. Better compliance comes from better customer service. We agree with that. And so a lot of things that we were doing at the front end, because we were conservative, we were always worried about money going out the door in terms of refunds. And there is no question that there is fraudulent refunds. And we're not talking about fraudulent refund claims. We're stopping those. But in terms of looking at itemized deductions, at the retirees, whether they're 62 or not, that's all been moved to the back end this coming filing season. And we've set up a customer service hotline, if you will, for the practitioners. We've heard loud and clear. And I think, and I know that this year we're going to be working with them on our forms. That was a good suggestion. And I know that Brad Dixon, who's here today, is willing and ready to jump in with the department on that initiative to make our forms clearer. Business e-file. That's our primary initiative this year. We have not had any e-filing of business tax returns until this past year. It was an initiative that was funded by the legislature, and I'm happy to report that anybody that has been required to pay in sales tax and withholding tax is now required to e-file. And we received, it was just nice to get ADP's return in. ADP's return, they used to send us 10,000 paper returns, or maybe 20,000 paper returns a month. All came in electronically in October. And that's what e-filing is about. And last session, a bill was passed to move the thresholds down to $5,000. And of course, folks can volunteer to e-file. What does that mean? It means less error corrections on our part. It's a complicated return. Sales tax is awfully complicated. Personally, I don't think income tax is that complicated in Georgia. It's based off the federal model. There are some differences. But if you talk about the myriad of exemptions that this committee has heard about and has talked about, there's just so many exemptions. And I'll give you a perfect example of an exemption that's gone awry. We are in court right now with a company that's public information with Advanced Clearing Concepts. Advanced Clearing Concepts comes in and clears land for commercial development. And what do they want to do? They want to take advantage of the exemption for harvesting timber, because there was timber on that land. Now, my question is that what the legislature really intended when they gave out the harvesting timber exemption? I thought that was to timber growers. But that's what we get into when we get into exemptions, the fine detail. It's difficult on any exemption or in any tax law to be crystal clear. It's just not possible. Otherwise, you'll have a code that's quite a bit larger than the Internal Revenue Code, and we know how large that is. So the processing customer service improvements have continued in voluntary compliance. We have the Revenue Initiative Plan. It was $1.5 billion in accounts receivable when the commissioner came in. It's down to $1 billion today. We have collected over $266 million in the last 3 years on just reorganizing our resources to deal with the past dues. Are we satisfied? The answer is no. I mean, we still need additional technology and resources to better manage those receivables. The state keeps growing. The department has grown a little. Legislature's been good to us the past couple of years, but the state is growing faster than the Department of Revenue. How have we done that? Alcohol renewals. I'm sure that when the session starts, I'll probably hear some comments, but alcohol renewals, we have several alcohol licenses that haven't been renewed, and the reason they haven't been renewed is because they haven't paid their taxes. They haven't paid their withholding taxes or sales taxes. And just in the compliance area alone, we have over 480 of those right now. We do have federal offsets. We do our private collection agency resources we've used very well. That's brought in close to $90 million. And our internet list, we publish the names of delinquents on our internet list, which are a matter of public record, and we've collected $36 million over the past 3 years. In our individual income tax delinquents, we've collected close to $14 million. Technology. Frank, let me see that.
Well, that woke you up in a hurry, didn't it, Frank?
Frank's taking notes on this technology. Legislature funded this past year. This is a tablet. The reason it's a neat tablet is what he is writing there can be converted to Word, but that's a wireless tablet. That's going to be connected back to our system. So we are in the process of right now working with a company out of Texas to integrate our back-end systems. So what does that mean? That means an alcohol agent, all the alcohol agents are using this right now, means if they're out in rural Georgia and they're out delivering a citation, or if they go by somebody and they want to do a citation, they don't have to go back to the office to do that citation anymore. There's a printer that's associated with that, and they sit right there, and the citations forms, all the forms are loaded, they do the citation. That saves approximately, I think we've averaged it about 3 hours for every citation we write out in the rural part of the state, and even in the metro area. So the legislature this past year funded $1 million to put purchased 217 tablets to be used by our collection agents in the field to get them out of the office. That's the idea of technology. We've talked about, and David Soquist from Georgia State talked about it, we've talked about a data warehouse. Data warehouse simply takes all of the data that's available from the private side and the public side, including, for example, all the property tax information that's available at the local level, and putting it into one database. And what does that do? It helps us collect the correct amount of tax, not more tax, although we want to collect more tax from the folks that aren't filing. This will help us discover more non-filers. It will help us with our audit selection. And this program has been used extensively in Texas. You heard Doug DeRito talk about Texas sort of being on the leading edge. Florida has used a data warehouse, and this is something the department will be asking for, has asked for, in addition to additional resources. We are only auditing 0.8% in sales tax, 0.8% in individual, and 1% in corporate. That's too low. At one point, when I first came to the department in 1993, we were in the 2 range. I know the chairman has asked before, well, what is the right range? When do you reach diminishing returns? I'm not sure yet, but I can tell you that every sales tax auditor or corporate auditor we bring in, we're generating about $1 million. And it's usually a return of 12 to 13 to 1 fully trained. I would like, I think in the commissioner's comment, I think I would like to get closer to 2% in all that category. But that takes additional resources. Past additions to the budget, we funded 15 additional out-of-state auditors, which we're using for corporate sales tax. You did that 2 years ago. That's proven to be very worthwhile. We have auditors in California. We have them in the middle of the country. We have them in Texas. And we have them in the Northeast, and they're generating, right now, fully trained. We brought them in at the end of '05, or just right around $1 million a year, and it'll probably be higher than that this year. Let me talk a little bit about the tax gap and maybe update what Doug had said. Dave Soquist from Georgia State did come out with a study in September that talked about that tax gap, and I don't know that we've actually worked with them to figure out where this $3 billion difference is in federal adjusted gross income. I think he was satisfied, and he put it in his study that, and this committee also asked for those figures. In fact, Chuck Martin had asked for those figures. We have about 97% compliance. We do match with the Internal Revenue Service on folks that are filing returns with a Georgia address and at the federal level and also with Georgia Address at our level. We have about a 97% compliance, so I'm not sure where the 8% came from. And that represents about 140,000 returns, and probably a good third of those returns are worthwhile going after. A lot of them are not because they're way down in the smaller income area. We do look at them all to make sure, however, that the correct amount of money is being paid, but I'm not quite sure where $3 billion is. I haven't quantified what that 2.9% difference is in terms of dollars, but we do chase those folks. And we also get information from the Internal Revenue Service on underreporting, which is the dividends, 1099 income, sometimes wages that are not reported at the federal level. The feds do that check from the 1099 information, and we also get that same information. Tax complexity. I hit on it a little bit. The more complex, the tougher compliance is. We are doing everything we can. The website that we have is much improved over what it was, but it's not where the commissioner wants it. He's got a group in our IT division working on that right now. The Tax Law and Policy Division is working on getting more and more information out. There's a lot more information out on the website than there has been. Is it as much as other states? The answer is no. We have concentrated our efforts on redoing the regulations this past 2 years. Frank, how many regulations have we done? Then I'll repeat it. That it's well over 100 regulations have been done, and I want to say about 70% of those just in this past year, repealing outdated regulations that are confusing. So this is for all our taxes, and that's probably more than we did. I was there from '93 until I've been there since '93, and we probably didn't do 30 regulations from '93 until 2003. So Commissioner Graham has done a lot in that area, and wants to make improvements on the website. Different rates is difficult at the local level. I know there's not an answer, and I'm not here to comment on policy, but in terms of complying, I think that the industry would tell you that with a myriad of different rates we have at the local level, it's always difficult to comply. I don't mean for the big businesses, because they've got the resources available to do that, but I mean for the smaller businesses. I apologize. In Griffin, we ran out of time. I had it in the end of my notes in Griffin. Tax court. And I had preparer penalties. Do you know Mr. Soquist's study says, and I don't know if there's preparers in the room that believe this, but he said in his study, the level of cheating the Internal Revenue Service is more with paid preparers. I found that very interesting. I hadn't read that until the other day. And I think he probably means because of what I call the paid preparers that need preparer penalties. Those are the folks that commit what I call fraudulent actions, and that's part of that. I don't mean the preparers that are in this room or the folks that we deal with the Georgia Society of CPAs, but that's got to come out of that. And I don't know if Brad has read that comment or not, but I found that interesting. And maybe we ought to ask Dave what he meant by that. But he says the level of cheating is higher with paid assistance. Of course, there's a lot of paid assistance out there that's not so good, and it's fraudulent, and that's why we want to have some preparer penalties. And we'll be talking, hopefully, about getting some legislation for preparer penalties. We're one of the probably minority states, or probably one of the only. We don't have any preparer penalties in our statute. Is that correct, Frank? Tax court. Commissioner is all in favor of tax court. He's got an industry advisory council. We discussed the tax court concept over the summer. We believe it's the right answer. It's worked well in other states. It should be part of the judiciary. They could have an expedited, for smaller amounts as part of that tax court system. You could have an expedited.
We can have an expedited too, if you like.
I'll get out of your way in a minute.
You're doing fine, son. Keep on.
You could have an expedited process. In fact, we talked about the expedited process. And in terms of businesses that may have more comfort in with their Superior Court system. This wouldn't be mandatory. They could still go to Superior Court. But we believe that the tax court is the right answer. You get a body of expertise there and folks that want to take tax cases, and it's worked very well in other states. I think the issue, of course, is we had talked about possibly, could it be a pilot program? There are some pilot programs available through the legislature, but I think that the idea of a tax court is you'd have different kinds of rules than you would have for normal. So you could have some expedited treatment on a number of issues. You couldn't do that with the normal system. There is a business court. We found out there was a business court that the Supreme Court established. I'm not sure how they did that. Must have been funded somehow. And we thought we could probably dovetail on that, but I think probably what it will take is legislation. But I wanted to let the committee know that the commissioner is very much in favor of this, and he does not want it as part of the executive. He wants it as part of the judiciary process. Call centers. The governor's going to have a statewide call center. Because of confidentiality, there's not a lot of things that, there's not a lot of great detail the statewide call center can deal with when it comes to taxes, but we expect the statewide call center concept to dovetail very nicely with the Department of Revenue's concept of a call center. The commissioner has brought in somebody from Wachovia to manage our call center. We've got a new Director of Taxpayer Services, Denise Samuel, that the Society's been working with and we've been working with. She's been there just since March, and so we expect a lot of improvements in our customer service initiative this year. Questions?
Questions for Mr. Manning?
Start left to right.
I had one question, I think, in regards to the $100 dispute fee that was mentioned earlier when a compromise is reached, or just to make the offer. Can you just tell me a little bit about that?
It was a statute change from a couple of years ago. It's probably what it costs us to process. It's similar to a fee that the Internal Revenue Service has. So it's modeled after the Internal Revenue Service. If the offer and compromise is accepted, the $100 gets applied to the liability. If it's not accepted, we take the $100 anyway, because there's still money owing.
Prior to that legislation,
There was no fee.
there was no fee.
No fee. That's correct.
So you're getting a negotiated.
There was no fee at all, and we were spending hours upon these applications.
It's a delaying technique, too, in a lot of cases.
Further questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, when we talk about sales tax and things, sales tax and payroll withholding, about important, are most of the issues just plain date, postmark dates, where people 4 or 5 days late on the sales tax?
What issues?
Not an issue, but a lot of time you spend where somebody's supposed to pay by the 20th on that, and they don't pay to the 22nd, and so they send it on the 16th. Or is that just so?
We collect a lot of money, and we get a lot of returns. I mean, that's part of it. It's part of any revenue system that you're going to have the late pays. Our concern with late pays is we have estimated taxes. You adjusted that provision. Sales taxes, for example, was adjusted to take care of small business, and now it's up to the level of $5,000. We are doing e-file and e-pay at the same time. That will eliminate a lot of that.
Yeah.
But we do have that problem. The department's larger problem, though, are with the folks that don't file. Usually people that collect the sales tax that we have the most trouble with won't file the return because they don't have the money to pay it. So they don't want to alert us initially. If they file it and don't pay it, even if it's late, they'll get tax penalty and interest, and generally, if that's the only time they've been late, we'll waive the penalty. The interest would still be due.
You mentioned the commissioner did this summer where you went through I guess it's through the airport, and you found a lot of vendors doing sales tax. Will you do more and more audits like that?
Yeah, what those are sweeps, if you will. I won't call them, that's probably not a good term. It's a coordinated effort to go into a facility.
Call that a suite.
Yeah.
You call it sweet? I think when you go into four concourses, you're right, Chairman Mark.
Probably a vacuum suite.
Those were folks that we went to see if they were registered. And then we found out that, and it's all started with the Savannah Airport. In terms of a liability at the Savannah Airport, then the same gentleman having a concession out there, not registered. And so there's nothing wrong with going out to make sure that people have got our certificate someplace that says that they're supposed to collect our taxes, and it should be there. That's what their permit says. So it's not the audit piece. I guess I'm trying to differentiate with what you're asking. That's to go in to let folks know that we're around, and we can do it in a coordinated effort and get a lot of mileage out of it in terms of our visibility. And we got some mileage out of that one.
Further questions?
Just
Michelle?
one last one. You, make sure I specifically understand. You're going to be, I noticed in the budget, there are no new auditors. If the budget that's on the internet is it, and I understand it. It didn't seem to me it added any new personnel, and that could be disguised otherwise. But there is some technology initiatives that are going to require funding in this budget. Is that what you're asking? Is that what you
Yes.
meant by the Texas model stuff that's going to allow?
Well, that's already been funded.
That's been funded. All right.
It was funded last
Specifically,
session.
what do you need us to support where you can do your job better and be more
The
customer
data
friendly?
warehouse and the folks that are needed to take that data out of the data warehouse. We can't use our existing resources for all the new leads that we're going to get out of a data warehouse, and we'll get tons of them. We need the folks to work those leads. So it's a combination of auditors, problem resolution specialists, and tax examiners.
Can you provide this committee with whatever we need to know in the appropriations process that we need to support specifically in that regard, and what it's going to be called, the nomenclature and everything else?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Knight.
Two things. Ed, one of them was one mentioned when Doug had gotten up. We're talking about modernizing the tax code. As we keep coming across problems with outdated codes, how can we get the Department of Revenue to say, hey, we're dealing with this code. We've had X number of problems. We need to update the code. I mean, how can you let us know so that we can help update that code? Obviously, one of the problems is the ones that you know about.
I think generally it's part of our tax administration bill that the department introduces each year. There's some of that there. Now, is it everything? I don't think that
Be
it's
careful,
there.
you'll be on TV every day if you get involved.
But
in that.
I didn't hear. In our tax administration bill, when we've come across problems, for the past 2 years, we've had a pretty large bill that takes care of those issues.
And been a part of it. But
That's right.
The example that I brought up with
The high-tech issue is, it's the trouble with all exemptions we have, and all the exemptions we have, it's our mission, if you will, is to treat those exemptions carefully and conservatively. And the high-tech exemption was fairly specific. Business codes were placed in that statute. Hey, you had to reach a certain dollar amount of purchases. And I think the department has probably treated that exemption very well. Not in the eyes of a lot of folks, but we have gone one step to take that exemption and let it happen at each individual establishment in the taxpayer office. In other words, we just haven't looked at the entire business. So if somebody's got a high-tech processing center that the state wants to attract here, and they don't have a business code that qualifies, we can qualify that individual establishment if they make the required amount of purchases for that individual establishment. So we wrote a regulation that helps.
Further questions? If not, I appreciate it. I appreciate your time. Thank you for doing that. Glad we could have you guys back again. We are almost to the point that we need to complete. I had two gentlemen that, Clint, you mentioned that you would like to make a brief statement. You still wish that you passed. Gentleman passes. Keep that in mind. Lee Lemke, also, you had mentioned you wanted to speak briefly. Did you? Gentleman passes. We moving right along. The committee have any? We had on the agenda. If the committee, any of the members, will start down with Chairman Mills and come this way so Chairman O'Neill can have the last word. But if you had any final comments before we adjourn this afternoon, if it would be appropriate.
I want to thank you for what you've done in putting this together, and Chairman O'Neill. And in regards to the issue of earlier discussed hotel motel tax, I just want to make certain that I was clear that I was not referring to a mechanism of increase in taxes, but only a proper distribution of the taxes being collected.
Tonight, do you have anything?
Again, Chairman, I appreciate you chairing the meeting here in Alpharetta, and just, again, these meetings bring out more issues and more questions, and I think we've got a lot more study to do going forward. It's a very complex matter, and appreciate being a part of it.
Thank you. This is my first time in the county of Milton, and I'm enjoying being here.
We're Speaker Pro Tem Burkholder. How do you follow that? Did you have anything further?
I'd like to thank the chairman. I think this, for everybody that's given us input over the last 4 or 5 months, I think I've learned a lot, and I think we have a lot of improvement. We can look at the Georgia Code, and I think we have a good base to start with. Thank you.
Chairman O'Neill, you know.
I want to thank, first of all, the members of the committee, and even those that aren't here with us today. You all have done an outstanding job. You actually have surpassed even my reasonable expectations early on. As far as the knowledge gleaned, I guess we're going to have to make that judgment on a man-for-man basis. But I'm certainly impressed. I want to thank everybody that presented and attended the meetings, and all the stakeholders, and people that, and all in the way that everybody approached it. Very non-political, very responsible and honest manner in which we addressed some very, very difficult topics. Some of us had to accept a good bit of criticism during these deliberations, and I want to especially tell the DOR folks that have attended how much I appreciate the fact that they didn't shoot somebody. And others, and I understand the emotions that go with that. I really do. I understand them better now after this learning process. But I want to thank all the stakeholders. I want to especially thank all the presenters. We didn't pay a soul to be here. Today we heard from 2 guys that for an hour or so that would probably be $1,000 each, but did it just for the good of the cause. We thank them very much, or more. It's a good thing we don't tax services, though, isn't it? But and sometimes you have to get around, because this is not sizzling stuff. I mean, this ain't the most interesting stuff in the world. But I see a room full of people here that I look through your eyes into your soul, and I see people that are committed to making Georgia better for all Georgians. And if that means we have to be disinterested in a lot of things, but dealing with our particular issues, you've been willing to make that commitment. For that, this committee is very grateful. We truly are grateful. And we would invite you again, especially those of you that have been with us the whole way, and I would say it's probably likely maybe another year of this. I don't think we are anywhere near a silver bullet solution for all of our tax issues in this state. I think we'll probably wind up with some very good, what I'd consider small recommendations going forward. But the one thing we've learned is we know now we have a lot more to learn, and I'm going to recommend to the House and to the Senate as well this time that we need to continue these deliberations. I think we owe it to our constituency, and I think we owe it to every Georgian to do that. But in that regard, I would invite any of you all over the next week or so, if there's anything else you'd like to submit to this committee. I can promise you, give you my word, I've read everything that's come across the desk in every folder at one time or another during these deliberations. I think each committee member has. I can tell by the way they talk about these issues now in a sophisticated way. So if you have anything else to submit to us, we would love to have it, and we will begin our consolidation process. And the way we'll do that is within the next 10 days, I would say, I will get out to the committee members first for their review before it's public, various conclusions essentially of the committee, facts found by the committee, those things that we can universally accept as truisms, and then I will ask the committee to add to that nexus or that cornerstone of knowledge any suggestions that they might have that could manifest itself in legislation. That process will be going on over the next 2 weeks, and thereafter we'll have some announcements hopefully to you all. But I would wind up by again thanking Representative Martin, Representative Tumlin, Representative Knight, Representative Mills, Representative Royals, and Representative Parrish. These guys have done an outstanding job and will continue to do that, and I'm proud of each and every one of them, and I want to make sure they know that their state can be proud of them. And I thank all of you all for your input, and I expect to have a pretty sophisticated document, at least for further deliberation, to put in front of everybody, and hopefully this process could continue in a balanced and ethical and responsible way. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Chairman O'Neill. I'll let Chairman O'Neill's be the last word, except I want to thank again the Georgia State University staff for welcoming us, Dean from down in Atlanta, Yvonne Crimes, Bob Dillon, Heather Fawn. I feel like I'm at the Academy Awards here thanking people. No, they were all very important out at the campus here. Holly Swanson, Jane Leonard, John Fawn, and Lee Parsons. I really appreciate them making us feel at home today. And just on behalf of myself, I've learned a lot in the 4 years I've been down there, and probably never more than the last 7 meetings that I've attended that Chairman O'Neill allowed me to participate in. You guys make business go in Georgia. I see people from the education community here that, all stakeholders that have an interest in this state being a better place. And it's not because of the 5 of us that are sitting down here. It's because of all of you guys and the people you represent. I appreciate it. Drive home safely and beat rush hour. We are adjourned.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.